Hey, welcome back. I was reading through some of your comments before starting tonight's episode, and honestly, some of the little things you tell me stay in my mind. Someone saying they just had a cup of tea and were ready to relax with an episode, someone else telling me they were taking the stories along for their night shift, and Daisy, who once told me that even her dogs listen along too. And there are the simple messages like, "Good work, dude." They might seem like small comments, but I really do appreciate them. It's those little moments that make this feel like more than just me uploading another video. There are real people here, with their own evenings, routines, and lives, and I'm genuinely grateful that you choose to spend some of that time with me. So, wherever you are tonight, get comfortable and settle in. And before we begin, I just want to wish you good health, a peaceful night, and hopefully a little something that makes you smile tomorrow. All right, this is episode 170. Let's get into tonight's story. The first clue was not a body, a weapon, or a confession. It was a phone call. On the morning of September 12th, 2000, police in Fort Worth, Texas, received a call from a woman who was worried about her daughter, 20-year-old Christina Morris. Christina had disappeared several days earlier, and her family had already begun contacting friends and checking the places she normally visited. At first, there was no obvious reason to believe that anything terrible had happened. Christina had been out with friends during the weekend. She was young and independent, and like many people her age, she sometimes changed her plans without telling everyone exactly where she was going. But then investigators began reconstructing her final known movements. Christina had been seen at a shopping center in the early morning hours of September 12th. Surveillance cameras captured her walking through the parking garage with a man named Enrique Iroki. The footage was brief, but it became one of the most important pieces of evidence in the entire investigation. Iroki was not a stranger. He and Christina had known each other from high school. According to investigators, they had remained acquaintances after graduation and occasionally crossed paths. There was no immediate indication that their relationship was dangerous. Yet the camera footage showed the two of them entering the garage together. Only Iroki emerged. Christina did not. Her car was eventually found in the parking garage. Her personal belongings were still inside, but Christina herself had vanished. The investigation quickly became a search for a missing person, but the circumstances surrounding the disappearance made detectives increasingly suspicious. They interviewed Iroki. He provided an account of the night that investigators later determined was false. He claimed that Christina had left the garage on her own, but the surveillance footage told a different story. The cameras showed Iroki walking with Christina into the garage. There was no corresponding footage showing Christina leaving. Investigators expanded the search. They examined Iroki's movements, his vehicle, his phone records, and his statements. They also searched properties connected to him. At this stage, the case had become less about finding a missing woman and more about determining what had happened during the minutes after the two friends disappeared from the camera's view. But there was still no body. Without Christina's remains, investigators faced a difficult prosecution. Iroki continued to deny that he had killed her. The case nevertheless moved forward. Detectives discovered that Iroki had access to a storage facility, and investigators began examining whether Christina could have been taken there. Searches were conducted. Evidence was collected. The prosecution eventually argued that Iroki had deliberately lured Christina into the garage and killed her, then concealed her body and attempted to create the impression that she had simply disappeared. The defense disputed the state's interpretation of the evidence. There was no eyewitness to a murder. There was no video showing the killing itself. And Christina's body had still not been recovered. Nevertheless, the surveillance footage became extremely important. It established something that could not easily be explained away. Christina entered the garage with Iroki. Iroki came back out. Christina did not. Other evidence helped prosecutors build their case around that crucial gap in time. In 2014, nearly 14 years after Christina disappeared, Iroki was convicted of her murder. He received a life sentence, but the case did not end there. Christina's family still wanted to know where she was. They had spent years living with the most difficult kind of uncertainty. A conviction could establish responsibility in court, but it could not provide the physical certainty that comes from finding a missing person's remains. For years, investigators continued searching. Then, in 2018, human remains were discovered in a wooded area near Anna, Texas. The remains were eventually identified as Christina Morris. The discovery came 18 years after her disappearance. For her family, it finally answered the question that had remained unresolved since 2000. Christina had not simply walked away. She had not started a secret new life. She had been killed. The timeline that investigators had been trying to reconstruct for years could now be understood with greater certainty. The surveillance footage had preserved only a few minutes of Christina's final known movements, but those minutes had become extraordinarily important. There was something unsettling about watching the footage. It showed nothing obviously dramatic. Two people simply walking through a parking garage. No struggle. No visible argument. No indication that one of them would never walk back out. That was what made the recording so significant. It captured an ordinary moment immediately before an extraordinary crime. Christina's disappearance also demonstrated how difficult a missing person investigation can become when the evidence is incomplete. For years, investigators had to work with fragments: a surveillance recording, a vehicle, telephone records, statements, search locations, and the absence of a body. Eventually, those fragments were enough to establish what had happened. But it took 18 years before Christina's family could finally recover her remains. The parking garage where she was last seen remained an ordinary place, used by people who had no connection to the case. Cars continued entering and leaving. People walked through the same spaces. Most would never know that a few minutes of security footage recorded the final known movements of a young woman whose disappearance would become a major criminal investigation. Christina was 20 years old when she disappeared. She had friends, family, plans, and an entire life ahead of her. The investigation lasted for years because the most important part of the story was hidden. Eventually, however, the evidence came together. A camera preserved the beginning of the mystery. Investigators followed the trail. A courtroom established responsibility. And years later, the discovery of Christina's remains finally gave her family the answer they had been waiting for. She had not been forgotten, and neither had the search for the truth. Next story. In 1979, a small piece of paper became the beginning of a mystery that would last for decades. The note was found in the pocket of an unidentified man whose body had been discovered beside a road in Pennsylvania. He carried no identification, no wallet, and nothing that immediately revealed who he was. Investigators initially had almost nothing to work with. The man appeared to have been in his 30s. His clothing suggested that he had traveled recently, but there was no obvious connection to the area where his body had been found. The most useful clue was a handwritten note containing a name and a telephone number. Detectives followed the number. It belonged to a woman who lived several states away. When investigators contacted her, she was surprised. She recognized the name written on the paper, but insisted that she had not seen the man for years. That conversation opened a much larger investigation. The dead man was eventually identified as Joseph Augustus. Joseph had been living a transient lifestyle and had traveled frequently. He had acquaintances in several states, making it difficult for investigators to establish exactly where he had been during the final weeks of his life. His family had reported him missing, but they had not known where he had gone. The circumstances surrounding his death were also unclear. There was no obvious weapon at the scene. There were no witnesses who could explain how he had arrived there. And the person who had apparently been with him shortly before his death had disappeared. Investigators began retracing Joseph's movements. They learned that he had been staying with friends in another state shortly before his death. He had also been seen traveling with a man whose identity became a central part of the investigation. That man was Thomas Reed. Reed had known Joseph for several years. The two had reportedly traveled together on several occasions, and witnesses remembered seeing them in the same places shortly before Joseph disappeared. When detectives located Reed, he denied knowing where Joseph was. He claimed that they had separated before the disappearance. At first, investigators had no way to prove otherwise. The case went cold. Joseph's family eventually had to accept that the investigation might never reveal who had killed him. Years passed. The original detectives retired. Witnesses moved away. Some died. The handwritten note remained in the evidence file. Then, in the early 2000s, investigators reviewing cold cases discovered that several pieces of evidence from Joseph's death had never been subjected to modern forensic testing. The evidence was sent to a laboratory. Technicians were able to recover a partial DNA profile from an item associated with the crime. It did not immediately identify the killer, but it gave investigators something they had never possessed before: a biological connection. Detectives compared the profile against available databases and began searching for relatives of the unknown contributor. The investigation slowly narrowed. Eventually, the evidence pointed toward a family connected to Thomas Reed. Investigators obtained additional DNA samples and compared them with the preserved evidence. The results provided a strong match. Reed was arrested decades after Joseph's death. By then, the case had become a very different kind of investigation. The original witnesses had to be located again. Old statements were reviewed. Records were retrieved from archives. Investigators compared the evidence from 1979 with information that had only become available through modern forensic science. The prosecution argued that Reed had been with Joseph during his final journey and had ultimately been responsible for his death. The defense challenged the interpretation of the evidence and argued that the decades-old case could not reliably establish what had happened. But the forensic evidence remained difficult to explain. The jury ultimately found Reed guilty. He received a lengthy prison sentence. For Joseph's family, the resolution came after more than 30 years. The most remarkable part of the investigation was that the case had never truly depended on one spectacular discovery. Instead, it had been built from fragments: a handwritten note, a forgotten friendship, a witness statement, an old evidence bag, and, eventually, DNA technology capable of extracting information from evidence that had seemed almost useless when the crime originally occurred. That is often what makes cold cases so unusual. The passage of time can make an investigation harder, but it can also create opportunities that did not exist when the crime happened. A piece of evidence that once seemed insignificant can become important when investigators have better tools. A name that appeared in an old interview can become relevant after another piece of information emerges. And a case that seemed permanently frozen can suddenly begin moving again. For Joseph's family, those years were filled with uncertainty. They knew he had died. They knew someone had been responsible, but they did not know who. Eventually, the investigation gave them an answer. The handwritten note that had once been only a small clue became part of a much larger story about a man who disappeared, an investigation that refused to completely die, and evidence that survived long enough for modern science to give investigators another chance. Joseph had been reduced to an unidentified body beside a road. Decades later, he had a name again, and the person responsible for his death was finally held accountable. Next story. On the evening of January 15th, 1986, 23-year-old Margaret Anderson left a small restaurant in Northern California and began the short drive home. It was a routine trip. Margaret had spent the evening with friends and had told them she would see them again the following day. She lived alone in a small apartment and had become accustomed to making the same drive several times a week. She never arrived. The following morning, her car was discovered on the side of a rural road. The driver's door was open. Margaret was missing. Police initially treated the case as a possible abduction. Investigators searched the surrounding area and questioned people who had seen Margaret that evening. Her family immediately began searching as well. Friends distributed photographs. Volunteers walked through fields and wooded areas. Detectives examined her vehicle for clues. Inside the car, they found Margaret's purse and several personal belongings. Her keys were still there. Her phone was missing. There was no obvious sign of a collision. The most important clue appeared to be a set of footprints leading away from the vehicle. Investigators followed them into a wooded area, but eventually lost the trail. For weeks, searches continued. Nothing was found. Then, almost 6 months later, a property owner clearing vegetation near an abandoned access road discovered clothing beneath a layer of leaves. Police were called. The discovery led investigators to a shallow depression in the ground. Human remains were recovered. Dental records confirmed that they belonged to Margaret. The investigation was now a homicide case. Detectives returned to the evidence collected from Margaret's vehicle and began examining the people who had known her. One person immediately attracted attention. His name was Daniel Reeves. Reeves had worked at the same restaurant Margaret had visited on the night she disappeared. Several people remembered seeing him there that evening. He told investigators that he had left before Margaret, but phone records later showed that he had contacted her shortly before she left. Reeves explained that the call had been routine. Investigators weren't convinced. They examined his vehicle and discovered traces of soil that appeared consistent with the area where Margaret's remains had been found. Still, there was no single piece of evidence that completely solved the case. Reeves denied involvement. The investigation continued for years. Eventually, forensic testing provided another clue. Biological material recovered from Margaret's clothing was submitted for DNA analysis. The technology available when the original investigation began had not been capable of producing a useful profile, but advances in forensic science allowed investigators to obtain additional information. The results connected the evidence to Reeves. He was arrested more than a decade after Margaret's disappearance. At trial, prosecutors presented the case as a reconstruction of Margaret's final journey. They argued that Reeves had followed her after she left the restaurant, forced her from her vehicle, and later killed her. The defense challenged the forensic evidence and argued that the circumstances could be interpreted in other ways. But the jury considered the evidence together. The telephone records, the vehicle evidence, the forensic findings, the connection between Reeves and Margaret, the location where her remains had been discovered. After deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Reeves was sentenced to life in prison. For Margaret's family, the conviction came after years of uncertainty. They had spent years looking at the same photographs, repeating the same questions, and wondering whether the person responsible might never be identified. The discovery of her remains had answered one terrible question. The conviction answered another. But there was still something difficult about the timeline. Margaret's last known evening had begun normally. She had eaten at a restaurant. She had spoken with friends. She had gotten into her car. Then she disappeared during a journey she had made many times before. Nothing about the road suggested that she was approaching danger. There was no warning, no dramatic confrontation witnessed by a crowd. Just a car left beside a quiet road and a young woman who never reached home. Years later, when investigators finally had enough evidence to take the case to court, much of the original scene had changed. The road looked different. The people who remembered that evening had grown older. Some were no longer alive, but the evidence remained, and that evidence eventually allowed investigators to reconstruct enough of Margaret's final hours to bring the person they believed responsible before a jury. For her family, the case was no longer an unanswered mystery. It had become a tragedy with an identified offender and a final chapter. Margaret had left the restaurant expecting an ordinary drive home. Instead, that short journey became the final chapter of her life. And it took years before anyone could explain why. Next story. On a warm evening in August 1982, 24-year-old Kathy St. George was driving home through a quiet part of eastern Oklahoma when she noticed a vehicle behind her. At first, there was nothing unusual about it. The road was familiar, the traffic was light, and Kathy had no reason to believe she was being followed. She continued driving until the vehicle behind her began staying unusually close. Then its headlights flashed. Kathy pulled over. The other vehicle stopped behind her. What happened next would leave investigators with one of the strangest murder scenes they had encountered in the area. Kathy was found dead beside her vehicle later that night. Her car was still there, but the person responsible was gone. Police began working through the usual questions. Who had followed her? Why had Kathy stopped? Had she known the person? Was the encounter planned? At first, there was little to suggest an answer. Kathy was a young woman with no obvious enemies. She worked locally and had been living an ordinary life. Friends described her as friendly and dependable, and nobody could identify a reason why someone would deliberately target her. Investigators examined her vehicle carefully. They looked for fingerprints, fibers, tire marks, and anything else that might reveal who had approached her. They also spoke with people who had been traveling along the road that evening. One witness remembered seeing two vehicles stop together. Another remembered seeing a man walking away from the area. The descriptions were incomplete, but detectives began building a timeline. The investigation eventually focused on a man named Ronald Watkins. Watkins had been in the region that night, and investigators discovered that he had crossed paths with Kathy previously. But the evidence was not strong enough to immediately charge him. Watkins denied knowing anything about the killing. The case eventually went cold. For years, Kathy's family lived without knowing who had killed her. Then forensic science began changing the investigation. Evidence collected from Kathy's vehicle had been preserved. Investigators returned to it decades later and used newer laboratory techniques to examine material that could not have been fully analyzed when the murder occurred. A genetic profile was eventually developed. It gave detectives something they had never had before: a connection. Investigators compared the profile against available databases and began tracing potential relatives. The process did not immediately identify the killer, but it narrowed the investigation. Detectives eventually returned to people who had been questioned during the original case. Watkins's name came up again. Investigators obtained additional evidence and were able to compare it with the material preserved from the crime scene. The results strengthened the connection. By this point, however, the investigation had become more complicated because decades had passed and memories had faded. People who had been young adults when Kathy was killed were now elderly. Some witnesses had died. Others could no longer remember exactly what they had seen, but the physical evidence had survived. That evidence eventually became the foundation of the case against Watkins. He was arrested and charged with Kathy's murder. The prosecution presented the investigation as a reconstruction of an encounter that had lasted only minutes but had remained unexplained for decades. The defense disputed the evidence and challenged the reliability of the forensic conclusions. But the jury ultimately found Watkins guilty. He received a lengthy prison sentence. For Kathy's family, the conviction ended a period of uncertainty that had lasted for most of a generation. The case also demonstrated something that investigators had learned repeatedly as forensic technology advanced. Time can destroy many things. Memories fade. Buildings disappear. Vehicles are sold or scrapped. People move away. But carefully preserved evidence can remain useful long after everyone involved has forgotten the details. Kathy had been 24 when she was killed. Her family had spent years wondering what happened during those final minutes on the roadside. The answer eventually came through evidence that had been collected when investigators had very few tools available to them. There was no dramatic discovery waiting in some forgotten building. There was no sudden confession. There was simply old evidence being examined with new technology. And after decades of silence, that evidence finally gave investigators a path back to the person they believed was responsible. For Kathy's family, the most important part was not the forensic breakthrough itself. It was finally knowing her death had not been forgotten. The investigation had gone quiet for years, but it had never completely disappeared. Somewhere in an evidence room, pieces of that night remained, and eventually, they spoke. Next story. In the early hours of June 13th, 1996, 22-year-old Angie Dodge was at home in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She lived alone in an apartment and was known to friends and family as a friendly young woman who was trying to build a normal adult life. Nothing about that night suggested that she was about to become the victim of a crime that would remain unresolved for more than 2 decades. The following day, Angie was found dead inside her apartment. Investigators quickly determined that she had been murdered. The crime scene contained biological evidence, including DNA that could potentially identify the person responsible. At the time, however, forensic DNA databases were still developing, and investigators did not have a match. The case became an enormous source of frustration for detectives and, even more painfully, for Angie's family. One of the people questioned during the investigation was a man named Christopher Tapp. Tapp was a young man living in the area, and investigators eventually became convinced that he was involved in Angie's murder. During an interrogation, he gave statements that authorities interpreted as admissions of participation. Tapp was arrested and eventually convicted. He received a sentence of 20 years to life in prison. For Angie's family, the conviction appeared to bring an answer. But there was something investigators could not ignore. The DNA recovered from the crime scene did not match Christopher Tapp. Tapp maintained that he had not killed Angie. Years passed while he remained in prison. Then the case began to change because forensic technology changed. Advances in DNA testing allowed investigators to examine the original evidence more thoroughly. The biological material recovered from the crime scene could be compared against modern databases, and eventually investigators were able to develop a genetic profile that did not belong to Tapp. The investigation began moving in a different direction. Detectives eventually identified a man named Brian Drips. Drips had lived in the Idaho Falls area at the time of Angie's murder. Investigators obtained DNA from him and compared it with the evidence preserved from the original crime scene. The DNA matched. After more than 20 years, investigators finally had a direct forensic connection to the person responsible for Angie's death. Drips was arrested in 2019 and charged with murder. For Tapp, the development was extraordinary. The DNA evidence that had helped establish that he was not the killer also helped investigators identify the actual offender. Tapp's conviction was eventually overturned, and he was released after spending approximately 20 years in prison for a murder he had not committed. The case became an important example of how DNA evidence can do two things at once. It can help identify a guilty person, and it can help demonstrate that someone else was wrongly convicted. Drips later pleaded guilty to Angie's murder and received a sentence of 20 to life in prison. The resolution came more than 23 years after Angie was killed. For her family, the arrest and conviction finally provided an answer to a question that had followed them for decades. But the case also left behind another painful question. How had an innocent man ended up spending so many years behind bars for a crime he did not commit? The answer lay partly in the limitations of the original investigation and the interrogation techniques used at the time. Tapp had eventually made statements implicating himself, despite the fact that the physical evidence did not support his involvement. Modern DNA testing changed the picture completely. The evidence had been there from the beginning. It simply had not yet been capable of telling investigators what it would eventually reveal. Angie's murder had happened in an ordinary apartment in Idaho Falls. There had been no public spectacle surrounding it, and for years the case existed mainly in the memories of her family, the records of investigators, and the evidence stored away from the public eye. Then science caught up with the investigation. A DNA profile survived. A database expanded. A suspect was identified, and a conviction that had once seemed final was reconsidered. For Angie, none of that could change what happened on that June night, but her name eventually became connected to something beyond the tragedy itself. Her case demonstrated why investigators preserve evidence even when a mystery appears impossible to solve. It demonstrated why cold cases can remain alive for decades. And it demonstrated that sometimes the most important evidence in a murder investigation is not the evidence that produces the first conviction. It is the evidence that survives long enough to reveal whether that conviction was actually correct. More than 20 years after Angie Dodge was killed, that evidence finally spoke clearly. It identified the real killer, and it helped bring an innocent man home. Next story. The evening of May 24th, 1974, began quietly for 20-year-old Mary Vincent. Mary was living in California, and was trying to make her way home after spending time with friends. She was young, independent, and accustomed to traveling by herself. That night, she was standing beside a road near Modesto, trying to find a ride. A vehicle eventually stopped. The driver was a man named Lawrence Singleton. Mary accepted the ride. She had no reason to know that the decision would nearly cost her life. According to Mary's later account, Singleton initially appeared to be offering an ordinary ride. But once she was inside the vehicle, the situation changed. He drove away from the route she had expected and eventually stopped in an isolated area. Mary realized that she was in danger. What followed was an attack that would leave injuries so severe that doctors initially struggled to understand how she had survived. Singleton restrained Mary and attacked her with a hatchet. She suffered devastating injuries to both arms, and he then left her beside the road believing she would die. But Mary did not die. For hours, she remained alone in the darkness, badly injured and unable to rely on anyone knowing where she was. Eventually, she managed to crawl toward the roadway. A motorist found her and called for help. Mary was taken to a hospital, where doctors began treating injuries that would change her life permanently. She had lost the use of both arms, but she was alive. The investigation quickly turned toward the driver who had picked her up. Mary was able to provide investigators with information about the vehicle and her attacker. Police eventually identified Lawrence Singleton and arrested him. The case went to trial, and Singleton was convicted of attempted murder and other offenses. His sentence, however, became one of the most controversial aspects of the case. He received a relatively short prison term. For Mary, the consequences of the attack would last far beyond those years. She underwent extensive rehabilitation and eventually learned to live with the physical limitations caused by her injuries. Rather than allowing the attack to define the rest of her life, she continued moving forward. Years later, the case returned to the public spotlight. Singleton was released from prison in 1987. His release generated anger because Mary was still living with the consequences of what he had done to her. She had survived the attack, but the person responsible had eventually returned to society. Singleton later moved to Florida. In 1997, he was arrested again, this time after the disappearance and murder of a woman named Roxanne Hayes. Prosecutors alleged that Singleton had killed her after meeting her through an arrangement involving transportation. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Singleton died in prison in 2001. Mary's story, however, had already become something larger than the crime itself. She had survived an attack that should have killed her. She had endured years of rehabilitation. She had confronted the anger that followed her attacker's relatively short first sentence. And she eventually built a life that was not defined entirely by what had happened to her. Her case also became an example of how unpredictable the consequences of violent crime can be. The night Mary accepted a ride from a stranger, she could not have known that the decision would lead to an attack that would permanently change her body and her future. But the person who attacked her had made one crucial mistake. He assumed she was dead. She wasn't. The person he left beside the road survived long enough to reach help. She survived surgery. She survived rehabilitation. And she survived the years that followed. For a long time, the image associated with Mary's case was the violence inflicted upon her. But the more enduring part of the story is what happened afterward. Mary Vincent lived. She adapted. And despite everything that had been taken from her that night, the rest of her life was still hers to live. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary Ann's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Mary Ann vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary Ann had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary Ann had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary Ann had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Mary Ann's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary, and had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary indirectly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. In the summer of 1995, in the small city of Riverside, California, 33-year-old bank manager Sandra Martinez lived what many people considered a stable and predictable life. She had built a steady career in banking, was known among colleagues for her meticulous attention to detail, and lived alone in a modest apartment not far from the branch where she worked. Sandra's days followed a routine that rarely changed. She would leave home early, open the bank with her staff, work through the busy hours of customer transactions, and then return home in the evening to quiet surroundings. Friends described her as cautious and organized, someone who rarely took risks and preferred familiar patterns. That routine made the events of July 18th stand out sharply, because that evening Sandra simply vanished during what should have been the most ordinary part of her day. Sandra had finished work shortly before closing time and left the bank around 6 in the evening. Coworkers remembered that she seemed completely normal, chatting briefly about weekend plans and mentioning that she intended to stop by a grocery store before heading home. Surveillance footage from the store later confirmed that she had indeed stopped there. She purchased a few basic items, paid in cash, and walked out carrying a small bag. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Sandra failed to show up for work the next morning, her absence immediately raised concern among co-workers who knew how reliable she was. After repeated calls to her apartment went unanswered, the bank manager contacted police and reported her missing. Officers arrived at Sandra's apartment later that day and found something that made the situation even more troubling. Her car was parked outside exactly where it should have been, but inside the apartment there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The groceries she had purchased the night before were still sitting on the kitchen counter, partially unpacked. Her purse was on the table, and her keys were lying nearby. It looked as though she had entered the apartment and started putting things away before being interrupted. Yet there were no clear signs of forced entry or violent struggle. The scene suggested that Sandra had encountered someone she either trusted or at least did not immediately fear. Detectives began examining Sandra's personal and professional life in detail. They interviewed coworkers, neighbors, friends, and family members, looking for any sign of conflict or unusual behavior in the days leading up to her disappearance. At first, nothing significant emerged, Sandra had no known enemies and no obvious personal disputes. However, when investigators reviewed records from the bank where she worked, they discovered that she had recently been involved in an internal review of suspicious financial activity connected to several large withdrawals. As part of her job, Sandra had been responsible for monitoring irregular transactions, and she had flagged a series of withdrawals that appeared linked to fraudulent accounts. The investigation had been ongoing for several weeks before she disappeared. Police began to explore the possibility that Sandra's disappearance might be connected to the financial irregularities she had discovered. They identified several individuals associated with the suspicious accounts, including a man named Victor Hale, who had previously been investigated for fraud in another state. Hale had recently opened multiple accounts at the bank and had been withdrawing money through a network of shell identities. Sandra had reportedly questioned the legitimacy of those accounts just days before she vanished. When detectives looked into Hale's background, they found a history of deception and financial crimes. Although he had never been convicted of violent offenses, his pattern of behavior suggested that he was willing to manipulate and exploit systems for personal gain. Investigators located Hale and brought him in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted to having accounts at the bank, but denied any involvement in Sandra's disappearance. He claimed he had never met her outside of routine banking interactions. However, detectives soon uncovered evidence contradicting his story. Security footage from the bank showed Hale visiting the branch several times in the week before Sandra vanished, often requesting to speak with her directly about account issues. Phone records also indicated that he had placed a call to Sandra's apartment the evening she disappeared, a fact he had not mentioned during questioning. As the investigation deepened, forensic teams re-examined Sandra's apartment for overlooked evidence. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood that had not been visible during the initial search. The pattern suggested that a struggle had occurred near the entrance to the apartment. Additional analysis revealed fibers that did not belong to Sandra and were later matched to materials found in Hale's vehicle. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the car, and inside they discovered more fibers and small traces of biological material that connected him to the scene. Confronted with this mounting evidence, Hale's explanation began to change. He admitted that he had gone to Sandra's apartment that evening to confront her about the financial investigation at the bank. According to his statement, he had become worried that her inquiries would expose the fraud scheme he had been operating through multiple accounts. During the confrontation, he claimed the argument escalated unexpectedly and turned violent. Investigators believed the confrontation had quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in Sandra's death. Hale eventually led detectives to a remote desert area outside the city where he had hidden Sandra's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of those who had been searching for her. Forensic evidence collected from the site further strengthened the case against him, linking the location to soil samples found in his vehicle and clothing. Prosecutors now had a complete narrative supported by physical evidence, digital records, and Hale's own statements. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the sequence of events that led to Sandra's death. They explained how her discovery of fraudulent bank activity had threatened Hale's financial scheme and how he had decided to confront her in an attempt to intimidate or silence her. Witnesses from the bank described Sandra's role in the investigation and her growing concern about the suspicious transactions. Forensic experts presented the evidence recovered from the apartment and Hale's car, demonstrating the connections that placed him at the scene of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps Hale had taken afterward to conceal the crime. The jury ultimately found him guilty of murder and fraud-related charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had deeply affected the Riverside community. Sandra Martinez had simply been doing her job, investigating irregular financial activity as part of her responsibilities at the bank. Her determination to follow the evidence led her to uncover a scheme that someone was willing to protect at any cost. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that started with a routine night shift at a hospital, but slowly uncovered a calculated murder that investigators would spend years untangling before the truth finally surfaced. In the winter of 2001, the city of Toledo, Ohio moved through its usual quiet rhythm during the colder months. Snow-covered sidewalks, traffic slowed after sunset, and most people returned home early to escape the freezing wind coming off Lake Erie. On the night of January 9th, 34-year-old respiratory therapist Melissa Grant finished a long shift at a regional medical center just after 10:30 in the evening. Melissa had worked at the hospital for nearly 8 years and was known among co-workers as dependable and calm under pressure. Her job required her to assist patients struggling with breathing problems, often in emergency situations, and she had built a reputation for handling stressful moments with steady focus. That night had been busy but routine. Before leaving the hospital, she spoke briefly with 2 nurses at the staff desk, mentioning that she planned to stop at a late-night convenience store before driving home. The hospital parking cameras later showed Melissa walking to her car shortly after 10:45, placing her bag in the passenger seat and pulling out of the lot. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Melissa did not arrive home later that night, her husband initially assumed she had been called back to the hospital for an emergency shift. Medical staff were sometimes asked to return unexpectedly when patient numbers increased. But by the following morning, when she had still not returned and had not answered her phone, concern quickly turned into panic. Her husband contacted the hospital, only to learn she had left hours earlier. Police were notified shortly afterward. Investigators began their search by retracing Melissa's likely route home. It was a drive she had made hundreds of times, a 15-minute stretch through several well-lit roads before reaching her neighborhood. Officers checked nearby convenience stores and gas stations for surveillance footage. One store about 5 miles from the hospital confirmed that Melissa had stopped there around 11 o'clock. The footage showed her entering the store, buying a bottle of water and a snack, and leaving alone. But outside in the parking lot, another camera captured something investigators would later consider critical. A dark pickup truck pulled into the lot shortly after Melissa parked. The vehicle remained there as she left the store and walked back toward her car. The truck's driver could not be clearly seen in the grainy footage, but investigators noted that the vehicle left the lot only seconds after Melissa drove away. The discovery raised the possibility that someone may have followed her. Later that afternoon, police located Melissa's car abandoned in a quiet industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The vehicle was locked, but investigators immediately noticed something troubling inside. Her purse and work bag were still in the passenger seat. A faint smear of blood was visible along the inside edge of the driver's door. Forensic technicians carefully examined the car. Laboratory tests later confirmed that the blood belonged to Melissa. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected abduction and homicide. Detectives began reviewing people in Melissa's life who might have had contact with her recently. Co-workers, neighbors, and friends were interviewed extensively. Most described her life as stable and routine, with no obvious conflicts or threats. But during those interviews, investigators learned about a former maintenance contractor who had worked at the hospital several months earlier. His name was Victor Lang. Lang had performed mechanical repairs around the hospital during the previous year and had occasionally spoken with medical staff during his shifts. Several nurses remembered him lingering in staff areas longer than necessary, sometimes trying to start personal conversations. One coworker recalled that Lang had once asked several questions about Melissa, including what hours she worked. At the time, the questions seemed harmless. After Melissa disappeared, they seemed far more concerning. Detectives tracked down Lang and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the hospital but claimed he barely knew Melissa. He insisted he had not seen her in months. However, investigators soon discovered that Lang owned a dark pickup truck matching the vehicle seen in the convenience store surveillance footage. When detectives asked about his whereabouts the night Melissa disappeared, his timeline contained several unexplained gaps. A search warrant was issued for the truck. Inside, investigators discovered fibers consistent with the fabric from Melissa's hospital uniform. Even more significant were faint traces of blood that had been partially cleaned from the interior floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood matched Melissa's DNA. Confronted with the forensic evidence, Lang's story began to unravel. During a second interrogation, he admitted he had seen Melissa leaving the convenience store that night and had followed her. According to his statement, he had developed an obsession with her months earlier when he worked at the hospital. He believed they had shared friendly interactions, though co-workers later confirmed those conversations had been brief and professional. Lang followed Melissa's car for several miles before forcing her to stop in the industrial area where police later found her vehicle. The confrontation quickly turned violent. Investigators believe Melissa fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces discovered in the car and truck. Lang later transported her body to a remote wooded area outside the city. After hours of questioning, he eventually led detectives to the location. The discovery confirmed the details investigators had suspected from the evidence. Melissa's remains were found buried beneath a shallow layer of soil in an isolated section of forest nearly 30 miles from Toledo. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store established the moment Lang first encountered Melissa that night. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence recovered from both vehicles and the fibers linking Lang's truck to Melissa's clothing. Phone records and witness statements further supported the timeline showing Lang's movements during the night of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental, but prosecutors emphasized the calculated steps Lang took afterward to conceal the crime and destroy evidence. After several days of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Victor Lang was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of justice after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the hospital later organized a memorial fund in her name, supporting respiratory therapy students entering the medical field, honoring the work she had dedicated her life to. The investigation into Melissa's disappearance demonstrated how small pieces of evidence can slowly reveal the truth behind a crime. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a man who called emergency services claiming masked intruders had invaded his home, murdered his wife, and attacked him while he slept. A terrifying story that seemed believable at first, until detectives began noticing that every detail pointed not outward toward unknown attackers, but inward toward the person telling the story. On the morning of October 30th, 2014, in a quiet suburb of St. Paul, Minnesota, 911 operators received a call from 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino. He reported that his girlfriend, 30-year-old Kira Steger, was missing. According to Jeffrey, he had returned home after working overnight and discovered signs of disturbance inside their apartment. He suggested something terrible may have happened while he was gone. Kira was not someone who disappeared without explanation. She worked as a television producer at a local news station and maintained close daily communication with friends and coworkers. When she failed to show up for work and stopped responding to messages, alarm spread quickly through both her professional and personal circles. Police entered the apartment shared by Kira and Jeffrey and immediately noticed inconsistencies. There were small traces of blood in the bathroom and bedroom areas, but not enough to suggest a clear violent struggle. Cleaning products appeared recently used. Certain surfaces looked wiped down. Jeffrey explained that Kira had been drinking heavily the night before and that they had argued. He insisted she was alive when he left for work. He suggested she might have walked out voluntarily after the disagreement. Detectives began reconstructing the final hours before Kira vanished. Surveillance cameras from nearby buildings captured Jeffrey leaving the apartment complex late at night, carrying large bags toward his vehicle. This contradicted his earlier timeline. When confronted, he claimed he had simply been removing trash. But investigators continued digging. Phone data showed Jeffrey's movements during hours he initially claimed to be working. Cell tower records placed him near remote areas along the Mississippi River rather than at his job location. Witnesses also reported unusual late-night activity involving his vehicle. As days passed without locating Kira, suspicion intensified. Search teams combed wooded riverbanks, while forensic specialists examined Jeffrey's apartment more closely. Luminol testing revealed additional blood traces that had been cleaned but not completely removed. Prosecutors later argued that an argument between the couple escalated violently inside the apartment. Kira suffered fatal injuries during the confrontation. Rather than call for help, Jeffrey allegedly attempted to conceal the crime by cleaning the scene and disposing of her body. For months, Kira remained missing. Then, in May 2015, human remains were discovered along the Mississippi River near Gray Cloud Island. Dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Kira Steger. The recovery allowed prosecutors to formally charge Jeffrey Trevino with second-degree murder. During trial proceedings, investigators presented surveillance footage, digital movement tracking, forensic cleaning evidence, and inconsistencies in Jeffrey's statements. They demonstrated how his story evolved repeatedly as new evidence surfaced. The defense argued there was no eyewitness testimony proving how Kira died and suggested prosecutors relied heavily on circumstantial reconstruction. But jurors were shown a detailed timeline that contradicted Jeffrey's claims step by step. In June 2016, Jeffrey Trevino was found guilty of murdering Kira Steger. He was sentenced to more than 30 years in prison. For Kira's colleagues at the news station, the case carried particular emotional weight. Many had reported on disappearances and crimes professionally, never expecting one of their own to become the subject of such an investigation. Vigils were held throughout St. Paul as friends remembered her creativity, humor, and dedication to storytelling. The case demonstrated how modern investigations often depend less on dramatic confessions and more on accumulated detail. Surveillance cameras, digital location data, and forensic recovery exposed contradictions that verbal explanations alone could not sustain. Jeffrey Trevino's original claim of outside attackers gradually collapsed under evidence showing movement, cleanup efforts, and attempts to hide what had occurred inside the apartment. Kira Steger was 30 years old. Her disappearance began with uncertainty and hope that she might still be alive somewhere. Instead, investigators uncovered a crime rooted in a private argument that turned irreversible. What appeared initially to be mystery resolved into certainty through persistence and reconstruction, reminding investigators and communities alike that the most revealing evidence is often not dramatic, but quiet, recorded silently by technology, and uncovered piece by piece long after the crime itself has ended. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in the small village of Rothbury in Northumberland, England, a place of rolling green hills, narrow country roads, and stone houses that had stood for generations. It was the kind of village where neighbors recognized each other's cars, where news traveled quickly, and where serious violence felt distant and unlikely. The man's name was Raoul Moat, and in the summer of 2010, his name would become known across the entire United Kingdom. Raoul Moat was born in 1973. He worked as a nightclub bouncer and had a history of violent behavior. Over the years, he accumulated convictions for assault and domestic violence. He had a volatile temper and a reputation for intimidation. Relationships in his life often ended in conflict. By 2010, he had served a short prison sentence for assaulting a child. While incarcerated, he became increasingly resentful, particularly toward his former partner, Samantha Stobbart. Moat believed Samantha had formed a relationship with a police officer. Whether that belief was accurate or not became almost irrelevant compared to the intensity of his anger. While in prison, he made statements to fellow inmates about revenge. He blamed the police for his imprisonment. He blamed Samantha for what he saw as betrayal. Those resentments did not fade upon his release. On July 1st, 2010, Raoul Moat was released from Durham prison. Within hours, he set his plan in motion. Late that evening, Moat drove to a house in the town of Bertley, where Samantha Stobbart was staying. Inside the house were Samantha and her new partner, Chris Brown. Moat approached the property carrying a shotgun. He fired through a window. Chris Brown was struck and fatally wounded. Samantha was shot and seriously injured but survived. The attack was sudden and violent. Neighbors heard the blast and called emergency services. Police arrived to find a chaotic scene. Chris Brown was pronounced dead. Samantha was rushed to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Moat fled. Northumbria police launched a manhunt immediately. They understood that Moat was armed and extremely dangerous. Within days, he targeted law enforcement directly. On July 4th, 2010, Moat encountered PC David Rathband, a traffic officer sitting in his patrol car in Newcastle. Without warning, Moat approached and shot him through the windshield at close range. David Rathband survived, but was blinded. The attack on a uniformed officer escalated the situation nationally. The manhunt intensified. Armed police units were deployed. Roads were blocked. The public was warned not to approach Moat under any circumstances. Moat sent messages to media outlets and to police expressing hatred toward law enforcement. He portrayed himself as at war with the police. His statements revealed a mindset driven by grievance and a belief that he had been wronged by institutions and individuals alike. For nearly a week, Moat evaded capture. He moved through rural Northumberland, an area filled with forests, rivers, and open countryside. Police helicopters scanned the terrain. Armed response units searched farms, barns, and abandoned buildings. The scale of the operation was one of the largest in modern British policing at that time. On July 9th, 2010, Moat was located near the River Coquette in Rothbury. Officers surrounded the area. Negotiators attempted to communicate with him. The standoff lasted for hours. Media coverage was continuous. The nation watched as events unfolded live. Moat appeared agitated and unstable. He held a shotgun and moved unpredictably. Negotiators tried to calm him, urging him to surrender. Friends and family members were brought in to speak with him, hoping personal connections might break through his hostility. As night fell, the standoff reached its conclusion. In the early hours of July 10th, Raoul Moat shot himself. Paramedics attempted resuscitation, but he was pronounced dead shortly afterward. The case left lasting consequences. Samantha Stobbart survived her injuries but endured physical and emotional trauma. PC David Rathband faced the devastating impact of blindness. Despite efforts to rebuild his life, he struggled profoundly and later died in 2012 in what was ruled suicide. Public inquiries examined police procedures, media coverage, and how warning signs have been handled. Questions were raised about Moat's threats before his release from prison and whether more could have been done to assess his risk. The case also fueled debate about firearms control, domestic violence intervention, and monitoring of individuals with histories of violent behavior. The village of Rothbury eventually returned to quiet normality. The river continued flowing past its banks. Tourists returned. But the events of that July week in 2010 remained embedded in local memory. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how quickly violence escalated from personal grievance to public terror. A man with a history of aggression moved from resentment to action within hours of release, targeting not only individuals he blamed but also representatives of the state itself. The manhunt unfolded across peaceful countryside, transforming familiar landscapes into the setting of a national crisis. Raoul Moat's name became synonymous in the UK with a week of fear, pursuit, and tragedy, a reminder of how unresolved anger and untreated instability can erupt into violence that reaches far beyond its original target, affecting communities, institutions, and lives long after the final shot was fired. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lied so convincingly that even his closest family believed him, about a woman who trusted love over instinct, and about a crime that began with deception long before it ended in murder. This is a true crime story about Mark Hacking, a case that unfolded quietly but revealed one of the most disturbing examples of how lies can replace reality. Mark Hacking was born into a respected family in Utah. His parents were successful, supportive, and deeply involved in their community. From a young age, Mark learned how to present himself well. He was polite, articulate, and appeared ambitious. Teachers and relatives described him as intelligent but emotionally fragile, someone who avoided confrontation and struggled under pressure. As Mark grew older, that pressure increased. He wanted to be impressive. He wanted approval. And most of all, he wanted to appear successful without doing the work required to be successful. In college, Mark met Lori Hacking. Lori was kind, patient, and grounded. She believed in honesty and effort. She worked hard, stayed focused, and trusted deeply. Where Mark exaggerated, Lori stabilized. Where Mark avoided reality, Lori confronted it gently. Their relationship developed quickly, and they married young. To Lori, Mark was a man with big dreams. To Mark, Lori was someone he needed to keep believing in those dreams. Mark told Lori he had been accepted into medical school. Later, he claimed he was attending law school instead. He spoke confidently about classes, exams, professors, and future plans. He dressed the part. He used the language of someone who belonged in those spaces. None of it was true. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had never attended law school. He spent his days pretending to go to class while actually wandering around campus buildings, libraries, and coffee shops, trying to maintain the illusion. He forged documents. He lied to family members. He built an entire life on fabrication. Lori eventually began to sense something was wrong. Details did not add up. Mark avoided specific questions. He grew defensive when pressed. Still, Lori loved him. She believed marriage meant patience and trust. When she finally confronted him seriously, Mark panicked. The lies were collapsing. On July 19th, 2004, Mark and Lori went for an early morning walk near Memory Grove Park in Salt Lake City. Mark later told police that a stranger had attacked them. He claimed Lori was abducted while he escaped. From the beginning, investigators were skeptical. There were no witnesses, no signs of struggle consistent with an abduction, no evidence supporting Mark's story. Lori's family immediately sensed something was wrong. She would not have wandered off voluntarily. She would not have left without contacting someone. And Mark's account changed subtly each time he retold it. Police began digging into Mark's background. What they found was a web of lies. There was no law school enrollment, no medical school acceptance, no academic record matching his claims. Professors he mentioned had never heard of him. Buildings he claimed to attend classes in had no record of him. The investigation shifted quickly. Mark was no longer a witness. He was a suspect. Under pressure, Mark began unraveling. His demeanor shifted from cooperative to evasive. He contradicted himself. He struggled to maintain eye contact. Detectives applied calm, methodical questioning, allowing silence to do its work. Then came the confession. Mark admitted that he had killed Lori. He explained that the confrontation about his lies terrified him. He believed his entire life was about to collapse. Instead of facing consequences, he chose violence. He shot Lori and later returned to the area to dispose of her body. Lori's remains were found days later in a shallow grave. The community was devastated. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case slowly and carefully. They explained how Mark's deception was not a single lie, but a lifestyle. Experts testified about pathological lying, avoidance behavior, and the psychology of individuals who choose control over accountability. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story deeply unsettling is not just the crime. It is the quietness. There was no history of violence, no explosive temper, no obvious warning signs, just lies. And when those lies were threatened, Mark chose the only option that preserved his false identity, even if it destroyed everything else. This story reminds us that danger does not always come from anger. Sometimes it comes from fear. Fear of being exposed, fear of disappointing others, fear of reality itself. And sometimes the most devastating crimes begin not with hatred, but with the refusal to tell the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while doing one of the most ordinary things imaginable. A disappearance so quiet and unresolved that it continues to unsettle investigators decades later. This is not a story filled with frantic witnesses or dramatic confrontations. It is a story about routine, trust, and a moment where the world simply failed to notice that someone was slipping away. This is the true story of Asha Degree. Asha Degree was 9 years old and lived in Shelby, North Carolina, with her parents and older brother. She was shy, polite, and deeply attached to her family. She did well in school and followed rules carefully. Her parents described her as cautious, not adventurous, not the type of child who would wander off on her own. She was afraid of the dark. She was afraid of storms. She slept in the same room as her brother, finding comfort in routine and familiarity. On the night of February 13th, 2000, a winter storm passed through the area. The power flickered. Rain fell steadily. Temperatures were low. Inside the Degree home, everything appeared normal. Asha went to bed after watching television with her family. Her parents checked on her before going to sleep. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime between midnight and early morning, Asha quietly got out of bed. She dressed herself. She packed a small backpack, and she left her home on foot, walking into the cold, rainy darkness alone. No one saw her leave the house. No one heard the door open. When her parents woke later that morning to prepare for work and school, Asha was gone. At first, they believed she might be hiding somewhere in the house. Children sometimes play games like that. But as minutes passed, panic set in. Her backpack was missing. Her coat was gone. The weather outside made the situation immediately alarming. Police were called, and a search began almost instantly. What made the case even more unsettling was that multiple motorists later reported seeing a small child walking along Highway 18 during the early morning hours. Some assumed it was an older teen. Others slowed down, concerned, but hesitated to stop. One driver turned around after realizing how small she appeared. But by the time he returned, she was gone, disappearing into the trees beside the road. Search teams focused on the surrounding woods, fields, and properties. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the area. Volunteers searched tirelessly. But there was no sign of Asha. No clothing. No footprints that could be followed. No clear trail. Days later, a small shed was discovered several hundred yards off the highway. Inside were items believed to belong to Asha, including candy wrappers and a pencil. It appeared that she had sheltered there briefly during the storm. The discovery confirmed that Asha had indeed been walking alone that night. It deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Why would a 9-year-old child, afraid of the dark and storms, leave her home voluntarily in the middle of the night during bad weather? That question became the center of the investigation. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Asha may have been groomed by someone she trusted, someone who convinced her to leave at a specific time. Others believed she may have misunderstood instructions related to a school event. Asha had recently participated in a basketball game where she missed important plays and felt embarrassed. Some wondered if she was trying to prove something to herself. But none of these explanations fully accounted for her fearfulness or the careful planning required to leave unnoticed. Years passed with no definitive answers. Then, in 2001, construction workers found Asha's backpack buried along a roadside more than 20 miles away. It had been double wrapped in plastic. Inside were items that did not belong to her, including a book from her school library that had been checked out by another child. The location and condition of the backpack suggested intentional concealment. The discovery shifted the case firmly toward foul play. Asha had not simply wandered and gotten lost. Someone had interacted with her. Someone had possession of her belongings. Someone had taken deliberate steps to hide evidence. Despite renewed efforts, no suspect was ever conclusively identified. Over the years, tips poured in. Sightings were reported across multiple states. Faces were compared. Leads were chased. Each one ended without resolution. Asha's parents never stopped searching. They kept her bedroom exactly as it was. They celebrated her birthdays. They spoke about her in the present tense for years, refusing to accept that hope should expire. For them, Asha did not vanish into the past. She remained a child who could still come home. What makes this story so deeply unsettling is its contradiction. Asha was not reckless. She was not troubled. She did not seek danger. And yet, she walked willingly into the night, guided by a reason that remains unknown. The danger she encountered did not announce itself. It waited quietly. Asha Degree did not disappear in a city filled with strangers. She vanished from a small town, from a loving home, from a life defined by safety and routine. Her absence has stretched across decades, leaving behind questions that refuse to settle. This case reminds us that the most frightening mysteries are not always loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold softly while the world sleeps, and by the time morning arrives, someone is already gone. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics Board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who was working to support her family, about a woman who vanished after her shift at a gas station, and about how a case that went unsolved for years was finally cracked when a deathbed confession revealed the horrifying truth. In April 2004, 22-year-old Ashley Pond lived in Oregon City, Oregon, with her mother and younger sister. Ashley was in 8th grade and was known as a quiet girl who loved animals. She had been dealing with some difficult situations at home and at school. On January 9th, 2002, Ashley left her apartment to catch the bus to school. She never made it. Ashley vanished without a trace. Ashley's mother immediately reported her missing. Police began investigating and searched the area around the apartment complex. They interviewed Ashley's friends and family members. They looked into anyone who might have had contact with her. Despite their efforts, there were no solid leads about what had happened to Ashley. The case was baffling because Ashley had simply disappeared in broad daylight. 2 months later, another girl from the same apartment complex went missing. 13-year-old Miranda Gaddis was also in 8th grade and knew Ashley. On March 8th, 2002, Miranda left her apartment to catch the school bus. Like Ashley, she never arrived at school. Miranda had vanished from the exact same location where Ashley had disappeared just 2 months earlier. The community was terrified. 2 young girls had disappeared from the same apartment complex in a matter of weeks. Parents were afraid to let their children walk to the bus stop. Police intensified their investigation and brought in FBI agents to help. They organized massive searches of the surrounding area, but there was no sign of either girl. Investigators began looking closely at everyone who lived in the apartment complex. One resident drew particular attention. Ward Weaver was a 40-year-old man who lived there with his children. Both Ashley and Miranda had known Weaver's daughter and had been to his house. Police questioned Weaver multiple times, but he denied knowing anything about the disappearances. Ward Weaver claimed he had last seen both girls when they were at his house visiting his daughter. He said they had left, and he didn't know what happened to them after that. He acted concerned and cooperative with police, but investigators had a bad feeling about Weaver. Something about his story and his behavior didn't seem right. Then in August 2002, one of Weaver's sons contacted police with disturbing information. He told investigators that his father had made suspicious comments about the missing girls. He described strange behavior by his father around the time of the disappearances. He said his father had done concrete work in the backyard and had been very protective of certain areas of the property. Police obtained a search warrant for Ward Weaver's property. On August 24th, 2002, investigators began a thorough search of his house and yard. They brought in cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar. The dogs immediately alerted to areas in the backyard where Weaver had recently poured concrete. Police began excavating these areas. Underneath a concrete slab in the backyard, investigators found human remains. The body was identified through dental records as Miranda Gaddis. She had been deceased since shortly after her disappearance. The discovery was devastating, but at least gave Miranda's family some answers after months of agonizing uncertainty. Police continued searching the property. Inside a storage shed in the backyard, they found a 55-gallon barrel. When they opened it, they discovered human remains inside. The body was identified as Ashley Pond. She had also been deceased since shortly after she disappeared. Both girls had been on Ward Weaver's property the entire time police had been searching for them. The evidence showed that Ward Weaver had attacked and killed both girls. He had hidden their bodies on his property and had lied to police throughout the investigation. He had watched as the community searched desperately for the girls, knowing exactly where they were. His behavior showed a level of cold calculation that horrified everyone. Ward Weaver was arrested and charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder plus additional charges, including abuse of corpses and sexual abuse. The investigation revealed that Weaver had a history of violence. His own father had been convicted of murder in California years earlier. Violence seemed to run in the family. Further investigation uncovered that Ashley had made accusations against Weaver before her disappearance. She had told people that Weaver had assaulted her. This gave Weaver a motive to silence Ashley permanently. When Miranda disappeared 2 months later, investigators believed Weaver had killed her because she knew too much about what happened to Ashley. Ward Weaver's trial was scheduled for 2004. But before the trial could begin, Weaver accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. The plea meant the families didn't have to endure a trial, but also meant many details about the murders were never revealed. During his confession, as part of the plea agreement, Weaver admitted to killing both girls. He said he had attacked Ashley first and had hidden her body in the barrel. When Miranda disappeared, he killed her as well and buried her under the concrete. He had continued living in the house with the bodies hidden on his property for months. Ashley Pond and Miranda Gaddis were young girls who should have been going to school and enjoying their teenage years. They should have had the chance to grow up, graduate, and live their lives. Instead, they encountered Ward Weaver, who saw them as victims. He took advantage of their trust and his position as an adult in their community. The case highlighted how predators can hide in plain sight. Weaver had been living in the apartment complex with everyone else. He had acted concerned when the girls disappeared. He had allowed his own children to play in the yard where bodies were buried. His ability to maintain a normal appearance while committing such terrible crimes showed a level of deception that shocked investigators. The families of Ashley and Miranda were devastated by the loss of their daughters. They had spent months hoping the girls would be found alive. Learning that they had been dead since shortly after their disappearances and had been hidden so close by was agonizing. The families took some comfort in finally being able to lay the girls to rest properly. Ward Weaver remains in prison in Oregon, where he will spend the rest of his life. He showed no real remorse for his crimes and never provided a full explanation for why he killed 2 innocent girls. His case serves as a reminder that danger can exist within our own communities and that children are vulnerable to predators who gain their trust through seemingly innocent connections. Next story. It was the morning of December 24th, 2002, in Modesto, California, when Lacey Peterson, who was 8 months pregnant, was last seen by anyone who could confidently place her alive within her own routine. The day itself did not begin with alarm. It followed a pattern that, at least on the surface, appeared ordinary. Lacey's husband, Scott Peterson, later stated that he had left their home that morning to go fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina, a drive that would take him over an hour and place him away from Modesto for most of the day. He said Lacey had planned to spend a quiet morning at home, possibly walking their dog and preparing for the holiday. When Scott returned that afternoon, he told investigators that the house was empty. Lacey was gone, but her car was still in the driveway, her personal belongings inside the home. Their dog had been found wandering in the neighborhood earlier that day with its leash still attached, something that immediately disrupted the idea of a normal routine. Concern escalated quickly, and by that evening, Lacey's family had contacted police, initiating what would become one of the most widely followed missing person cases in the United States. In the early days of the investigation, there were no signs of forced entry, no immediate evidence of a struggle inside the home, and no clear indication of where Lacey had gone. The absence of obvious violence made the case difficult to define. It was not clear whether this was an abduction, a voluntary disappearance, or something else entirely. Search efforts expanded rapidly, involving volunteers, law enforcement, and media attention that grew with each passing day. Scott Peterson remained visible during this time, speaking with investigators, participating in interviews, and appearing publicly as a concerned husband. However, as the investigation deepened, certain aspects of his behavior and statements began to draw scrutiny. One of the earliest points of concern was the timing and nature of his fishing trip. The Berkeley Marina, where Scott claimed to have gone, was later identified as the same general area where Lacey's remains would eventually be found months later, a coincidence that investigators could not ignore. Further examination of Scott's actions revealed inconsistencies. He had purchased a small fishing boat just weeks before Lacey disappeared, a detail that had not been widely known even among those close to him. He also reported fishing in an area where conditions on that day were not typical for casual recreation, raising questions about the purpose of the trip. These details did not prove anything on their own, but they began to shift the focus of the investigation. As media coverage intensified, another element emerged that significantly altered public and investigative perception. It was discovered that Scott Peterson had been involved in an extramarital relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. More critically, evidence showed that Scott had told Amber that he was a widower before Lacey's disappearance had even been reported, a statement that suggested foreknowledge of a future in which his wife would no longer be present. This revelation became a central point in the case, not as direct evidence of the act itself, but as an indicator of intent and mindset. Months passed without a confirmed location of Lacey. Then, in April 2003, remains were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay, near the same area Scott had visited on the day of her disappearance. The condition of the remains made precise conclusions difficult, but forensic analysis confirmed that they belonged to Lacey Peterson and her unborn son. This discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a confirmed homicide. From that point, the case against Scott Peterson became more defined, though still largely circumstantial. There was no direct eyewitness to the act, no confession, and no single piece of evidence that independently established guilt. Instead, the prosecution built its case on a combination of factors: the timeline of Scott's movements, the location of the remains, his prior statements, his undisclosed boat, and his relationship with Amber Fry. Together, these elements formed a narrative that suggested planning and intent rather than coincidence. Scott Peterson was arrested in April 2003. During his trial, which began in 2004, the prosecution argued that he had killed Lacey and disposed of her body in the bay, using his fishing trip as a cover. The defense challenged the lack of direct evidence, suggesting alternative possibilities and questioning the reliability of the circumstantial case. The trial drew national attention, with extensive media coverage and public debate over the strength of the evidence. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn child. He was sentenced to death, though that sentence was later overturned in 2020 due to issues related to jury selection. He remains convicted and is currently serving a life sentence without parole. The case remains significant not because it provided a clear, simple explanation, but because it demonstrated how a series of individually incomplete details can, when combined, form a compelling narrative of guilt. It also reflects how behavior, timing, and contradiction can become as important as physical evidence in establishing what likely happened. There is no ambiguity about the outcome. Lacey Peterson was killed. Scott Peterson was convicted. The legal system reached a conclusion that is held through years of appeals and review. And yet, the case continues to be discussed, not because of uncertainty about what happened, but because of how it was proven through a structure built not on a single decisive moment, but on the accumulation of many smaller ones that, together, pointed in the same direction. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing water treatment plant operator during a routine overnight shift. A disappearance that unfolded inside a facility designed for constant monitoring and control, yet in a span of time so ordinary that nothing immediately appeared out of place. In the early months of 2019, a municipal water treatment plant on the outskirts of Sacramento, California operated through the night with a reduced staff, relying on automated systems and periodic manual checks to maintain flow, pressure, and filtration levels. Among those assigned to the overnight rotation was 42-year-old operator James Porter, a technician with more than 10 years of experience managing system controls and responding to irregular readings. His responsibilities included monitoring digital panels, inspecting mechanical components, and logging system updates at regular intervals, all of which were recorded through a centralized control system. On the night of January 26th, James began his shift just before 10 p.m., taking over from the previous operator and reviewing system status reports. Over the next several hours, his activity logs showed a consistent pattern of checks and adjustments, each entry time stamped and aligned with normal operations. At approximately 2:14 a.m., he recorded a routine inspection of a filtration unit located in a secondary processing area, a section of the facility that required physical access and was not continuously staffed. That entry would become his last. When a next scheduled system check was not logged, the control center flagged it as a delay, but not immediately as a problem. Minor lapses in manual logging were not uncommon, especially during overnight hours when staffing was limited. However, as additional checks went unrecorded and attempts to reach James by internal communication systems failed, concern began to grow. By early morning, supervisors initiated a search of the facility. James's workstation in the control room appeared undisturbed. His identification badge, however, was not present, indicating he had left the immediate area. When investigators moved toward the secondary processing section, where his last log had been recorded, they began to notice irregularities that did not align with routine inspection activity. Near a maintenance platform adjacent to the filtration unit, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along a railing and on the concrete surface below. The markings were subtle and not visible without detailed examination, but sufficient to confirm that an incident had occurred in that location. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to James Porter. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to the facility during the relevant time frame. Entry logs showed that only a limited number of personnel had been present overnight. Among them was a contracted maintenance technician named Victor Hale, who had been assigned to perform equipment checks in a separate section of the plant. Hale's access records indicated movement between multiple areas of the facility during the same window in which James's activity ceased. When questioned, Hale stated that he had been performing routine maintenance tasks and had not encountered James during his shift. His explanation appeared consistent with his assigned duties, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared his movement logs with the facility layout. Records showed that he had accessed the secondary processing area despite having no assigned work there that night. Surveillance within the plant was limited to key entry points and exterior zones, but one camera positioned near a service corridor captured Hale entering the area leading toward the filtration unit shortly before James's final log entry. There is no corresponding footage showing him leaving through the same route within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Hale's vehicle provided additional evidence. Forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with the plant environment, including residue unique to the filtration area. More significantly, they had faint biological traces in the cargo area that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of James's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the collected evidence, aligning access records, surveillance footage, and forensic findings into a clear sequence. As the timeline became increasingly defined, Hale's account began to change. He admitted to entering the secondary processing area and encountering James near the filtration unit, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding equipment access and procedures. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined industrial space. The limited visibility and isolated nature of the area provided conditions where the incident could occur without immediate detection. What followed was a series of actions that extended beyond the initial encounter, involving movement through service corridors and the use of access points not regularly monitored. It required additional questioning before Hale disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location outside the facility where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, the prosecution focused on the integration of digital logs, physical evidence, and movement patterns within the plant, demonstrating how each element contributed to a structured reconstruction of events. Victor Hale was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked at the facility, the case altered how routine activity was perceived, showing that even in an environment defined by constant monitoring, the most critical moment can occur in a space between systems, where human presence is assumed but not immediately verified, and where a single missing entry can carry more weight than hours of recorded normalcy. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how devotion can turn into obsession, how a person can sit at a family table smiling while quietly preparing harm, and how the truth can hide in plain sight when everyone assumes the threat must come from somewhere else. This is a true story about control, resentment, and a crime that unfolded slowly, deliberately, and close enough to feel invisible. Mary Yoder was 60 years old and deeply rooted in routine. She lived in upstate New York and worked as a chiropractor alongside her husband, Bill. Their practice had been open for decades, and many of their patients felt more like extended family than clients. Mary was known for her discipline, her spiritual beliefs, and her strong sense of responsibility toward the people she loved. She was not impulsive. She did not live recklessly. Her days followed familiar patterns that rarely changed. In the summer of 2015, Mary began feeling unwell. At first, the symptoms seemed minor: nausea, fatigue, a sense that something was simply off. She assumed it was stress or a passing illness and continued working. But the discomfort persisted and slowly intensified. She began losing weight rapidly. Eating became difficult. Her energy faded in a way that worried those around her, but not enough to suggest immediate danger. Doctors ran tests. Results came back inconclusive. Some suspected a gastrointestinal issue. Others thought anxiety might be contributing. Mary herself believed there had to be a rational explanation. She trusted medicine. She trusted logic. She trusted the people closest to her. As weeks passed, her condition deteriorated. She was admitted to the hospital when the pain became unbearable. By then, she was weak, dehydrated, and struggling to keep food down. Her family gathered around her, hoping for clarity, for a diagnosis that could be treated. But instead of answers, they were met with confusion. Her symptoms did not align neatly with any single illness. On July 22, 2015, Mary Yoder died. Her death was sudden, but not dramatic. There was no collapse, no final outburst, just a quiet end after weeks of unexplained suffering. Doctors initially believed she had died of natural causes, possibly related to her gastrointestinal issues. The family began mourning, preparing for services, trying to understand how someone so disciplined and health conscious could decline so quickly. But Mary's husband felt something was wrong. Bill Yoder could not shake the feeling that her illness had not been natural. The progression had been too strange, the pain too persistent. He requested an autopsy, not because he suspected anyone in particular, but because he needed certainty. He needed to know. The results changed everything. Mary Yoder had died from arsenic poisoning. The discovery stunned investigators and family members alike. Arsenic is not something people encounter accidentally. It does not appear in the body without deliberate exposure. This was not an environmental issue. This was homicide. The question became immediate and unsettling. Who would want her dead? Police began looking at those closest to Mary. Her husband was scrutinized first, as is common in spousal deaths. But Bill had been at her side throughout her illness. His behavior raised no red flags. His shock at the autopsy results appeared genuine. Investigators soon ruled him out. Attention then shifted outward. Mary's workplace was examined. Her patients were considered. Her friendships were reviewed. But nothing pointed to an obvious suspect. She had no known enemies, no financial disputes, no volatile relationships. Then investigators looked closer at her family dynamic. Mary's son, Adam, was married to a woman named Katie Conley. Katie worked at the chiropractic office and was deeply embedded in the family's daily life. She had access to Mary's food, her drinks, her workspace. She was present often, helpful, involved, and trusted. At first, nothing about Katie stood out as suspicious. But when police examined digital records, patterns emerged. Search histories revealed that someone had been researching arsenic poisoning. Not once, not casually, repeatedly. Symptoms, dosages, effects, timing. The searches were not academic. They were specific and purposeful. Those searches were traced back to Katie Conley. Investigators also discovered that arsenic had been ordered online and shipped to an address associated with her. The substance matched what was found in Mary's body. The timeline aligned with the onset of Mary's illness. As the evidence accumulated, the picture became clearer. Katie had been slowly poisoning Mary over time, likely by adding arsenic to her drinks or food. The gradual exposure explained the confusing symptoms and delayed diagnosis. This was not an impulsive act. It required patience, access, and calculation. When confronted, Katie denied everything. She appeared calm, even wounded by the accusation. She insisted she loved Mary. She claimed the searches were curiosity-driven, the purchase unrelated. But the explanations did not hold under scrutiny. Too many pieces fit too precisely. At trial, prosecutors laid out the evidence carefully. They showed how arsenic had entered Mary's body gradually. They demonstrated Katie's access and opportunity. They presented digital records that revealed planning rather than coincidence. The defense attempted to cast doubt. They suggested alternative sources. They argued that online searches did not equal intent. They portrayed Katie as misunderstood, overwhelmed, and unfairly targeted. But the jury saw through it. In 2017, Katie Conley was convicted of manslaughter. The verdict acknowledged intent without premeditation beyond a reasonable doubt. She was sentenced to 23 years in prison. For Mary Yoder's family, the conviction was devastating in a way that words cannot easily describe. The person responsible was not a stranger, not an intruder, not someone from the outside. It was someone invited into the family, into the workplace, into daily life. This case is chilling not because of violence in a single moment, but because of how quietly it unfolded. No screams, no struggle, just trust exploited slowly, day after day, until the body could no longer endure it. Mary Yoder lived carefully and responsibly. She believed in wellness, discipline, and faith. She did not imagine that harm could come from someone smiling across the room, someone close enough to hand her a drink. That is what stays with you long after the details fade. The realization that danger does not always arrive abruptly. Sometimes it arrives gently, repeatedly, and with permission. Next story. The envelope sat untouched in the evidence locker for nearly 11 years. By the time detectives opened it again, several of the original investigators had retired, witnesses had moved away, and many people in the town assumed the case would never be solved. The envelope itself looked completely ordinary. Yellowed paper, a few photographs, interview notes. Nothing about it suggested it contained the missing piece of a murder investigation that had haunted a community for more than a decade. The victim was 35-year-old Karen Mitchell, a real estate agent living in a quiet suburb outside Indianapolis. Karen was known for her energy. Friends described her as the kind of person who could walk into a room full of strangers and leave with new friends an hour later. She worked long days, often meeting clients at unusual hours, and had built a successful career helping families buy homes throughout the region. On an autumn evening in 2004, Karen left her office after finishing paperwork for a property closing scheduled later that week. Security cameras captured her locking the front door and walking toward her vehicle. It was a completely ordinary moment. Nothing in the footage suggested danger. Nothing indicated it would be the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Karen failed to arrive at a family gathering the following day, relatives immediately became concerned. Missing appointments was unlike her. Ignoring calls was unlike her. Within 24 hours, police were searching for answers. Her vehicle was eventually located in a shopping center parking lot several miles from her office. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. The car was locked. Her purse remained inside. Important work files remained inside. Even a partially finished cup of coffee sat in the center console. There were no signs of forced entry. No signs of robbery. No signs explaining where Karen had gone. Days turned into weeks. Search teams examined nearby woods, rivers, abandoned buildings, and construction sites. Hundreds of tips poured in. Most led nowhere. Then, nearly 3 weeks after her disappearance, a hunter exploring remote woodland nearly 40 miles away discovered human remains hidden beneath brush and fallen branches. The remains belonged to Karen. The medical examiner determined she had been killed shortly after leaving work. Investigators believe the attack was personal rather than random, but identifying a suspect proved difficult. Karen's life appeared remarkably stable. She had no known enemies, no major financial troubles, no obvious connections to violent individuals. For years the case stalled. Detectives continued working leads, but evidence remained frustratingly incomplete. Witness memories faded. Potential suspects moved away. The investigation slowly became what law enforcement fears most: a cold case. Then technology changed. More than a decade later, a detective assigned to review unsolved homicides reopened Karen's file. Among thousands of pages sat the forgotten envelope containing photographs and forensic evidence collected during the original investigation. At the time of the murder, certain forms of DNA analysis either did not exist or were too limited to be useful. Now they offered new possibilities. Investigators re-examined evidence recovered from Karen's vehicle and clothing. Tiny biological traces that once seemed insignificant suddenly became valuable. Laboratory testing eventually produced a profile connected to a man named Victor Hale. Hale had never appeared prominently in the original investigation. He worked as a contractor and occasionally performed renovation projects on properties Karen sold. The connection seemed minor until detectives reconstructed his history more carefully. Financial records revealed disputes involving unpaid work and failed business arrangements. Witnesses described increasingly hostile interactions between Hale and Karen during the months before her death. Most importantly, new forensic testing placed his DNA directly on evidence connected to the crime. When investigators interviewed Hale, his explanations shifted repeatedly. He acknowledged knowing Karen but denied recent contact. Confronted with forensic results, he altered parts of his story. Additional investigation uncovered further inconsistencies involving his whereabouts on the night Karen disappeared. Prosecutors eventually argued that a business dispute escalated into violence after a meeting between the two. According to their theory, Hale confronted Karen regarding money and professional disagreements. The encounter turned deadly. Believing he could avoid detection, he concealed the crime and relied on the limitations of forensic science available at the time. For years, that strategy worked. But science kept advancing. At trial, Jurors heard testimony from both original investigators and modern forensic experts. They learned how evidence, once considered unusable, became the foundation of a renewed investigation. Piece by piece, the prosecution rebuilt a timeline stretching back more than a decade. The defense challenged the age of the evidence and the reliability of memories after so many years. Yet the forensic findings remained difficult to explain away. After deliberating for 2 days, the jury returned a guilty verdict. For Karen's family, the conviction brought a form of closure, though not an end to the loss. More than 10 years had passed since she left her office carrying paperwork for an ordinary work week that never arrived. Investigators later reflected on how close the case came to remaining unsolved forever. If not for advances in forensic testing and a detective willing to reopen an aging file, the truth might have remained buried inside storage boxes indefinitely. And so, a case that began with a woman walking alone through a parking lot after work finally ended many years later because someone decided to look again at an old envelope sitting quietly on a shelf, waiting for technology to catch up with the evidence hidden inside. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15th, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee Anthony had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter Casey had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter Kaylee was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zonnie the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today. Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Kaylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Kaylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25, 1994, Susan strapped her 2 sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father, and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Denver, Colorado, a man who worked every day, spoke calmly to his neighbors, and build a life that appeared stable from every visible angle. His name was Chris Watts, and for years, he lived inside a predictable routine that revolved around his family, his job, and the quiet structure of suburban life. His home stood in Frederick, Colorado, inside a newly developed neighborhood of clean streets and identical houses. He lived there with his wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. To neighbors, they appeared to be an ordinary family. Shannon was active on social media, often sharing videos of their daily lives, birthdays, small celebrations, and ordinary moments that reflected warmth and stability. Chris appeared in those videos as a quiet, reserved presence, someone who did not speak loudly or draw attention to himself. He worked as an oil field operator, maintaining equipment and traveling to remote work sites. His life appeared defined by consistency and responsibility. Shannon Watts was organized, energetic, and deeply involved in building a future for her family. She maintained close contact with friends and relatives. She communicated regularly. Her routines were visible, structured, and predictable. This consistency made her sudden disappearance impossible to ignore. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip in the early morning hours. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed her entering the house around 1:48 a.m. It would be the last confirmed footage of her alive. Later that morning, she failed to respond to messages. She missed scheduled appointments. Her phone remained inside the house. Her car remained parked in the garage. These details immediately alarmed her friend, who contacted authorities for a welfare check. When officers arrived at the Watts home, Chris Watts was present. He spoke calmly. He told officers he did not know where Shannon and the children had gone. He suggested she might have taken the children and left voluntarily. His tone was controlled. He did not display visible panic. Officers entered the home and conducted a preliminary search. Inside, they found Shannon's purse, phone, and personal belongings. Her medication remained in the house. These were items she would not have left behind voluntarily. Investigators recognized immediately that something was wrong. Neighbors provided surveillance footage showing Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning. He explained this by saying he was loading tools for work, but investigators noticed his behavior carefully. His movements appeared deliberate. His explanations contained subtle inconsistencies. He avoided eye contact at certain moments. He struggled to explain specific details clearly. These observations alone did not prove guilt, but they raised concern. Investigators began reconstructing his movements using digital evidence. Modern investigations rely heavily on technology. His phone location data placed him at a remote oil field work site that morning. GPS tracking from his work vehicle confirmed his travel route. This information established a precise timeline. Investigators traveled to the oil field location and began examining the area carefully. Oil storage tanks stood nearby, large industrial structures used to store crude oil. The environment was isolated, quiet, and rarely visited by anyone outside oil field personnel. Meanwhile, Chris Watts spoke publicly, appearing in a televised interview asking for his family's return. He stood in front of cameras, speaking calmly, asking Shannon and the children to come home. His tone appeared controlled, but investigators observing the interview noticed emotional inconsistencies. His body language did not align with genuine distress. Experienced investigators understand that behavior often reveals truth long before words do. As the investigation continued, forensic analysis inside the home began revealing critical evidence. Bed sheets were missing. Cleaning activity had occurred. Digital forensic experts examined Chris's phone and discovered communications with another woman. This revealed a secret relationship that Shannon had recently discovered. Motive began to emerge. Investigators understood that domestic homicides often involve relationship conflict, secrecy, and emotional escalation. Under continued questioning, Chris Watts' narrative began to change. Investigators used calm, structured interrogation techniques. They presented evidence gradually. They allowed silence to create pressure. Eventually, he confessed. He admitted that Shannon had died inside the home. He admitted transporting her body to the oil field site. He admitted placing her remains there. Further investigation revealed the full extent of his actions. Search teams returned to the oil field site. There, they discovered Shannon Watt's body buried in a shallow grave. Nearby, inside the oil storage tanks, investigators discovered the remains of Bella and Celeste. The recovery confirmed the timeline investigators had reconstructed using digital evidence, vehicle tracking, and forensic analysis. Every piece of data aligned precisely with his movements. Chris Watts was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. The case moved quickly through the legal system. Faced with overwhelming evidence, including his own confession, digital tracking, forensic analysis, and physical recovery of victims, he pleaded guilty in November 2018. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this case especially disturbing is how completely ordinary his life appeared before the crime. His neighbors saw him daily. His co-workers interacted with him normally. His family trusted him. His routines appeared stable and predictable. There were no visible signs to outsiders of the violence that would occur inside his home. But forensic science, digital tracking, and careful investigative work revealed the truth in precise detail. His movements, his communications, and the physical evidence he left behind created a complete record of his actions. Today, Chris Watts remains imprisoned, his life defined permanently by the evidence that exposed him. His story remains one of the clearest examples of how modern investigations use technology, forensic science, and patient reconstruction to uncover truth, even when someone attempts to conceal it behind routine, calm behavior, and the appearance of an ordinary life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's, destroyed reputations, and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, She became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished eighth. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived alone in a quiet suburban home in the city of Quincy, Massachusetts, where nothing unusual ever seemed to happen and where neighbors believed they knew each other well enough to notice if anything was wrong. Her name was Marian Sampson, and she was 70 years old. She had lived in that house for decades. The walls held memories of her children growing up, birthdays celebrated, ordinary dinners shared, and quiet evenings spent watching television. By the time she reached her 70s, her life had slowed down. Her routines were gentle and predictable. She spent time gardening, speaking with her children on the phone, and maintaining the peaceful rhythm she had built over a lifetime. She trusted her surroundings. She trusted the familiar streets and the familiar faces. And most of all, she trusted that she was safe in her own home. Marian's children stayed in regular contact with her. They called often. They visited when they could. They knew her habits well. So when they suddenly could not reach her one day in November 2004, they immediately felt something was wrong. At first, they assumed she might be out shopping or visiting someone. But as hours passed with no response, concern slowly turned into fear. Eventually, one of her family members drove to her house to check on her personally. When they arrived, nothing seemed disturbed from the outside. The house looked exactly as it always had. But inside, something was terribly wrong. Marian was gone. Her belongings were still there. Her purse was inside. Her car was parked outside. There was no sign that she had packed anything or planned to leave. The house did not show obvious signs of forced entry, but there were small details that did not feel right. Drawers had been opened. Items had been disturbed. It was subtle, but enough to signal that something had happened inside that space. Police were called, and the investigation began immediately. Officers treated the case seriously from the start because Marian's disappearance did not fit the pattern of a voluntary departure. She had strong family connections. She had routines she followed closely. She had no reason to suddenly leave everything behind. Detectives began interviewing neighbors, friends, and family members. They searched the home carefully, looking for evidence that could explain her disappearance. What they discovered first was not dramatic, but it was important. Marian had allowed someone into her home. There were no signs of forced entry. This meant she either knew the person or did not perceive them as a threat. Investigators focused on people who had recently interacted with her. This included neighbors, service workers, and anyone who might have had access to her home. One name emerged during the investigation: Stephen Hawkinjos. Stephen was not a stranger to Marian. He lived nearby. He was familiar with the neighborhood. He had done small jobs in the area. He appeared ordinary, quiet, unremarkable. He did not stand out as someone dangerous. But detectives noticed inconsistencies in his statements. When they spoke with him, he appeared nervous. His explanations changed. He could not provide a clear account of his movements. Investigators observed his behavior closely. They watched his reactions. They noted the subtle signs of someone under pressure. Meanwhile, physical evidence began to emerge. Search teams located items connected to Mary and in areas where they should not have been. These discoveries gradually narrowed the focus of the investigation. Detectives realized they were not dealing with a disappearance. They were dealing with a homicide. Eventually, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had gone to Marian's house intending to rob her. He knew she lived alone. He knew she was vulnerable. He believed he could enter her home, take valuables, and leave without consequences. But when he confronted her, she resisted. She fought back. In that moment, his plan collapsed. Fear replaced control. He killed her to silence her. Afterward, he attempted to hide the evidence. He removed her body. He disposed of it in an effort to prevent discovery. He returned to his normal life, believing he had erased the truth. But investigations do not rely on assumptions. They rely on patience. Detectives followed evidence step by step. They reconstructed timelines. They examined behavior. They compared statements. They allowed pressure to build slowly. And eventually, Stephen's control broke. He was arrested, charged, and convicted of murder. Marianne's family finally had answers, though the answers brought pain instead of relief. The quiet home, where she had lived safely for decades, had become the location of her final moments. The trust she had extended to someone familiar had been used against her. What makes this case especially haunting is how ordinary everything appeared before the crime. There was no warning visible from the outside, no dramatic escalation, just a quiet man, a quiet neighborhood, and a decision that ended a life permanently. Marianne had spent 70 years building a life defined by family, routine, and peace. And in a single moment, that peace was taken away by someone who believed he would never be discovered. But he was, because truth, even when buried, has a way of returning slowly, patiently, and inevitably into the light. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts had been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wore a uniform, saluted his superiors, and lived inside the rigid structure of military life. A man whose neighbors saw him as disciplined and reserved, and whose colleagues described him as quiet but capable. His name was Timothy McVeigh, and before the world knew his name, he was simply another veteran trying to find direction after service. He had grown up in New York, experienced a relatively ordinary childhood, and enlisted in the United States Army as a young man seeking purpose. In the military, he performed well, earning recognition for his skills during the Gulf War. He valued order, strength, and structure. He believed deeply in personal independence and distrust of authority. Over time, however, those beliefs intensified into something more rigid and isolating. After leaving the Army, he struggled to redefine himself. He felt disconnected from the systems he had once served. He began consuming extremist literature, attending gun shows, and forming relationships with individuals who shared his growing hostility toward the federal government. His worldview narrowed. His anger became focused. His sense of grievance hardened into ideology. The early 1990s were marked by events that deeply affected McVeigh's thinking. The Ruby Ridge standoff in 1992 and the siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993 reinforced his belief that the federal government had become oppressive and dangerous. He interpreted these events not as isolated conflicts, but as evidence of systemic tyranny. He began to see himself as someone who needed to respond, someone who believed action was necessary to send a message. These ideas did not emerge suddenly. They developed gradually, reinforced by conversations, reading material, and isolation from perspectives that challenged him. He traveled extensively across the United States, selling firearms-related merchandise at gun shows. During these travels, he connected with Terry Nichols, a former Army acquaintance who shared many of his views. Their discussions grew increasingly radical. What began as political frustration slowly transformed into planning. McVeigh believed that a dramatic act would awaken others to what he saw as government overreach. He did not view himself as irrational. He believed he was acting strategically. He studied past incidents. He researched methods. He examined security vulnerabilities. He chose April 19th, 1995, deliberately, selecting the second anniversary of the Waco siege's conclusion. The target he chose was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a multi-story structure that housed federal offices and a daycare center. It was a functioning government building filled daily with employees, visitors, and children. To McVeigh, it symbolized federal authority. To everyone else, it was simply a workplace. In the months leading up to the attack, McVeigh and Nichols acquired materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. They purchased fertilizer containing ammonium nitrate. They gathered fuel and other components. They assembled a massive explosive device inside a rented Ryder truck. The construction process required patience, planning, and coordination. They avoided large single purchases, choosing instead to acquire materials in smaller amounts. McVeigh rented the truck under an alias. He drove it toward Oklahoma City in the early hours of April 19th, parking it directly in front of the Murrah building. At 9:02 a.m., the bomb detonated. The explosion was catastrophic. The front portion of the building collapsed instantly. Floors pancaked downward. Glass shattered across blocks. Nearby structures were damaged. Smoke filled the air. Sirens began almost immediately. First responders rushed toward the destruction, navigating debris and instability to search for survivors. The daycare center inside the building had been directly above the blast zone. Rescue workers faced scenes of devastation that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. In total, 168 people were killed, including 19 children. Hundreds more were injured. The scale of the attack shocked the nation. It was at that time the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh did not flee far. Approximately 90 minutes after the explosion, he was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper for driving without a license plate. The traffic stop appeared routine. The trooper approached the vehicle, and noticed a concealed handgun. McVeigh was arrested for weapons violations and taken into custody, initially unrelated to the bombing. At that moment, authorities had not yet connected him to the explosion. However, as investigators processed evidence at the blast site, they recovered a critical clue: a vehicle axle containing a partial identification number that survived the explosion. Through manufacturer records, they traced the component to a Ryder truck rental. Rental records led them to the alias used by McVeigh. Witnesses from the rental location provided a description. A composite sketch was created. When authorities compared the sketch to the man already in custody from the traffic stop, the connection became clear. The investigation expanded rapidly. Terry Nichols was identified and later surrendered to authorities. Additional individuals were questioned. Investigators executed search warrants, examined financial transactions, and reconstructed the timeline of purchases and movements leading up to April 19th. Evidence included fertilizer receipts, fuel purchases, rental agreements, and witness testimony from individuals who had interacted with McVeigh and Nichols. Each piece reinforced the same narrative. The bombing was deliberate, ideologically motivated, and carefully planned. During trial, prosecutors presented extensive forensic and documentary evidence. They demonstrated how the bomb was constructed, how the materials were obtained, and how McVeigh's actions aligned precisely with the explosion's timing. They presented witness testimony linking him to the rented truck. They introduced statements he had made expressing extremist beliefs and anger toward the government. The defense did not deny his involvement, but sought to contextualize his actions within his ideological framework. The courtroom became a place where motive, ideology, and responsibility were examined in detail. In 1997, Timothy McVeigh was convicted on multiple counts, including conspiracy and murder. He was sentenced to death. Terry Nichols received multiple life sentences without parole. The case forced the United States to confront the reality of domestic extremism carried out not by foreign actors, but by an American citizen shaped by grievance and radicalization. It led to changes in federal building security, expanded counterterrorism strategies, and deeper examination of extremist movements within the country. On June 11, 2001, Timothy McVeigh was executed by lethal injection. His death concluded the legal chapter of the case, but the impact of his actions continues to be remembered each year at the Oklahoma City National Memorial, where the names of the 168 victims are engraved in stone. The story remains a sobering reminder of how ideological extremism, when reinforced by isolation and grievance, can evolve into catastrophic violence. It also demonstrates how careful forensic investigation, rapid interagency cooperation, and even a routine traffic stop can unravel a crime that once seemed unimaginable in its scale. The first person to notice something was wrong wasn't a manager or security. It was a cleaner. At 4:55 in the morning, while moving through the upper floors of a corporate office building in Seattle, she found a conference room door slightly open. Lights were still on inside, which wasn't unusual by itself, but the room looked like it had been used recently and then left in a hurry. A chair was angled awkwardly away from the table. A laptop sat open but inactive, and a glass of water had been knocked over, dried into a thin stain across the polished surface. She didn't report it immediately. That building saw late-night meetings all the time. What made it matter came later, when the same room was still untouched hours after the workday began, and the person who had booked it never showed up anywhere else. That person was 34-year-old financial analyst Kevin Roche. Kevin wasn't the type to disappear from his own schedule. He was known for over-preparing, double-checking reports, and showing up early to meetings most people tried to avoid. The conference room had been booked under his name from 11:30 p.m. the previous night, an unusual time, but not unheard of during quarterly reporting cycles. By late morning, co-workers started asking where he was. By early afternoon, it became a problem. Security pulled access logs first. Kevin had badged into the building at 10:48 p.m. the night before. That part checked out, but there was no record of him leaving. No exit, no reentry, nothing. Cameras in the lobby showed him arriving alone, carrying a laptop bag and a folder. He took the elevator up to the 14th floor, where the conference rooms were located. After that, coverage became limited. The hallway cameras near that section had been partially offline for maintenance, something that hadn't seemed important until now. Inside the room, investigators started noticing details that didn't match a simple abandoned meeting. The laptop belonged to Kevin, but it hadn't been used for long. The last activity timestamp showed only a few minutes of access before it went idle. His phone wasn't there. His bag was still under the table. And then there was something else, not obvious at first. Along the edge of the table, near where the glass had fallen, there was a faint mark. Not a spill, not dust, something that required closer examination. It was blood, small, partially wiped, but enough to confirm that something had happened in that room. At that point, the situation changed completely. The building went from a workplace to a contained scene. Investigators shifted focus to who else had been there that night. Access logs showed only a handful of people in the building after midnight. Most were from cleaning staff or IT maintenance. But one entry stood out. A consultant named Mark Ellison. Ellison wasn't a full-time employee, but he had been working with the finance department on contract for several months. His badge showed entry at 11:12 p.m., shortly before Kevin's scheduled meeting. And unlike Kevin, his exit was recorded at 1:03 a.m. When questioned, Ellison said he had been working independently in another office and had left after finishing his tasks. He claimed he hadn't seen Kevin at all that night. But the timeline didn't sit right, because someone had been in that conference room with Kevin, and whoever it was had left without him. Investigators pulled elevator logs next. The system tracked movement between floors, even without camera footage. Records showed that around 12:26 a.m., the elevator stopped on the 14th floor and then went directly to the underground parking level. No intermediate stops. That by itself wasn't unusual. What mattered was the badge used to call it. Mark Ellison's. A search of the parking garage cameras showed his car leaving shortly after, but there was something different about it. The trunk appeared slightly open for a moment before closing fully as he exited the structure, something small, but enough to stand out when reviewed frame by frame. A warrant followed. Inside his vehicle, investigators found evidence of recent cleaning. Not obvious to the eye, but detectable. Chemical traces, damp fibers, and beneath that, what hadn't been fully removed. Blood. It matched Kevin. At that point, the structure of the case shifted from uncertainty to sequence. When Ellison was brought in again, the tone changed. This time, investigators didn't ask where he had been. They showed him where he had been, step by step. Entry time, elevator use, garage exit, forensic match. There wasn't space left for denial, only for explanation. He eventually admitted meeting Kevin that night, but described it as a discussion that turned into an argument over financial discrepancies tied to the consulting work. What he didn't plan for was how quickly that moment escalated. What followed wasn't a single mistake. It was a chain of decisions. Moving him, using the elevator, avoiding main exits, trying to remove what could be seen. He led investigators to a remote area outside the city where Kevin was later found. The trial focused less on the argument itself and more on everything that came after, because that's where intent becomes clear, not in what starts something, but in what someone chooses to do once it's already happened. Ellison was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Inside the company, the conference room was eventually put back into use. Same table, same layout, same glass walls overlooking the city. People booked it, held meetings, and moved on without thinking much about what had happened there. But the detail that stayed with investigators wasn't the argument or even the evidence. It was how ordinary everything looked the next morning, because nothing about that room demanded attention until someone finally stopped and looked at it twice.